All right. This music's good. It is super distracting though. Like it's cooking my brain. Ooh, you like that crossfade? I'm basically a DJ. Okay, cool. Just had to check on a work thing. So, yeah, the thing we want to do today. Yep. Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense for sure. Dude, 90K is insane. That is so fucking low. Oh my god, dude. For a senior, like a proper good senior engineer, that is way too low. Yeah, but then you're in Ohio. Like, no, I get it. I get it. Nah, I'm not trying to make fun of it. If you like it there, I'm glad you do. There's like kind of like good music goes through there, right? Or you're within driving distance to a whole bunch of good music spots. So it's kind of like a center, like good centralized location for all sorts of cool stuff. All right, so the thing we want to work on today is we get a crazy amount of duplicate history events when we hit a 500 error. And actually, this is not the same thing as what we get for a 401. 401 error thing is going to be a little trickier to deal with. But yeah, the 500 error thing, that's not going to be too bad. I think that one's actually kind of an easy fix. What we do need to do is simulate a 500. And let me double check this. All right, so we are up to date there. There you go. Yep. So we don't need to create a BS like new endpoint. What we probably want to do is just, number one, let's close a bunch of these pages we don't need. Right, like close basically everything so it's easier. Yeah, no worries, Space Case. Enjoy. So yeah, getting all of the businesses for a user. That's something that we do everywhere. And yeah. It doesn't have a request schema, so we get rid of that. All right, so our backend updates for that. Let's just reproduce the error, right? We'll get console open, we'll clear things out. Yeah, I'm abstaining from it. The NFL needs to learn a lesson. Right? The referees need to stop handing games to people with bullshit calls. Their appeasement is pretty shady. Yeah, no, I'm just completely abstaining from it. Yeah. Did you see the jokes that someone did, like interviewing? Someone was like, "So Patrick Mahomes, right? You've had an illustrious career so far. A lot of really really cool milestones. Is there a specific referee you want to thank for those, or something like that?" Is there any particular call that stands out in your mind that like really solidified your legacy? Yeah, dude, it was good. And then someone asked Travis Kelce, "Hey Travis, I got a question. What do you love more, Taylor Swift or unnecessary 15-yard roughing the receiver calls?" He was like, "That's a good question. Anyone else?" It was pretty good. Dude, both of them were super spicy. That one was good. I was really happy about that. But yeah, like NFL is basically like, dude, like Mahomes and all of his fucking like flopping, right? Flopping killed the NBA for me. Flopping makes soccer unwatchable. Now the NFL has flopping too. Like, dude, Mahomes, just stop. Oh, they still happen, but you just can't do it to the quarterback now. So quarterbacks now abuse it. Mainly just Mahomes, but still. Right? Like Mahomes and his like fake slide, like juke. So shady. So shady. Fakes to go to slide and then just keeps running like you. Like, dude. The shadiest thing. That is just a rampant abuse. That should be a flagrant foul or whatever they call it. Disrespecting the game. Oh, yeah, dude. Fake slide is like, dude, just an abuse of the rules. I used to think Mahomes was all right, but no. No. He has lost all benefit of the doubt. Anyway, we can ignore football. Who gives a shit? They jumped the shark majorly. But your work let you buy your old laptop off them for $200, setting that up. Nice. Hell yeah. Yeah, previous job I had let me buy my MacBook Pro, right? One with like a 960 in it, which is kind of cool. It's slow as hell these days, but it's still all right now. So yeah, I'm still running uh that like 2015 MacBook Pro as my just like personal like watching movies and traveling device. You know, combing Reddit, email, things like that. Just the personal like get shit done device. Where else would it be? A landfill? Yeah, probably. Ooh, and in other news, in my gaming PC yesterday, I did some surgery. I upgraded from the i5 8400 to an i9 9900 because it's the best CPU I can actually put in that motherboard for that socket. I was able to double the performance of PoE, right? Because I was performance bottlenecked. Like I was CPU bottlenecked. I was getting maybe 30 frames a second when nothing crazy was going on. And now I can go out there with like my sorceress that does like way too many projectiles, which is really CPU heavy. Dude, doesn't even dip below 60 frames. Sits at 70 most of the time. And like loading into scenes is like instant. Oh, it's so much better now. Yeah, I'm really proud of that. Really happy about it. Right? So like a $400 CPU upgrade versus like basically buying a brand new PC. And I still have a 1080 as the graphics card in there. And I'm getting 70 frames a second at 1440p. Yeah. PoE does a really good job of showing you like rendering times. I didn't even have to read logs. Like, nah, man. It was just like PoE has like a really awesome benchmarking tool when you're modifying settings. Like, it's really awesome. So it was basically saying I was getting 30 milliseconds per like frame with the CPU, but the GPU was sitting at 14 the entire time. So yeah, like, man, really good on PoE to just have that built in. Really smart. All right, so here we're going to reproduce our issue. We do have a bad token. Now here's something I want to check. It's a little trickier because we don't log the URL. So our title fix might be something we want to do ASAP. Yeah, we might actually get to the title fix way ahead of time. And wait, what's up, Hunar? What's the oh no? What was the oh no? I learned how to program with background noise of some kind at all times, whether that's music or some movie that I've seen 1,000 times. Any of that is something that really benefits me. All right, yeah, we need to fix the titles. There you go, Hunar. We could just do document.title. All right, let's do that. I thought there was like maybe a better hook or something. React helmet. Yeah, helmet is really good for like all the other stuff that you would put in the header. For title, it's a little bit of overkill. Like I don't need to change favicon. I don't need to change description. I'm not expecting people to be able to like link out to these pages and get previews. For the marketing site, yeah. For this, no. I don't know, Acklox. Probably ActionScript. Very few actually have like a canonical wrapper around document.title. That's why he was just mentioning React Helmet. Right? Most of the time, updating title is something that's left to a library. I don't even think Angular ships with a utility for updating title. Oh, and we're already using it. Cool. We're not actually using it, but it's there. So then use effect. We could do just location.pathname. I think I want to do it first. I just want to see like the length and what gets put into like the UI in Chrome. Ooh, what if we try to do this? think we even need previous path here if we're not using it. Now, is it case.capital I'm looking for, or is it case.sentence? Let's do case.sentence. Let's just see. Now, what I want to do next is I want to comment that for now, just so we can actually validate the title stuff real quick. Yeah, no worries, Manatee. Like, that's what I'm doing right now anyway. The place that I'm updating is the app component. So I'm doing it where the routing is happening. I'm just wondering if I have enough like information to get a nicely formatted path. Okay, so not quite. What I want to do then is this dot. And this actually needs to be a new regex. I think we can do just a regular slash. Because that wouldn't actually put it in the root. Anything that you're doing in here is bootstrapping into the component that you are bootstrapping, right? So if you consider and think about what the index.html looks like, it's usually HTML, head, end of head, body, and then an element within that body or just the body itself. So putting title in the body is not actually valid HTML. You need something that modifies the actual head title element. Whether it works or not, doesn't matter. It's still not valid. Title has to be within head for it to actually validate as HTML. By root, you were talking about going off of head. Well, I mean, in React and pretty much every other framework, you're not in the root ever. Unless you're directly modifying the HTML file that is served as like the template that gets rendered into. But most of the time, you don't even get direct access to that. Not anymore, at least. I think Angular still gives you access to that. I don't remember seeing it in any Vue or Svelte that I've dealt with previously. React doesn't expose that HTML page anymore. There may be some way to actually get to it and modify it, but now like the canonical way is to use other stuff. Next.js exposes like the full HTML markup? I thought they still had their own utility for modifying the head separately from crafting the full HTML like that. Yeah, see, like they don't even allow you to do that. You have to like do the generate metadata stuff, which is very different, right? You're not getting direct access to the head. You have to do export const metadata. As far as I know, Next doesn't expose the raw index.html that they're using. If you're using that head component, that's an abstraction. That's not actually like the full HTML file. I think you're misunderstanding, Justin. React Helmet will modify that, and it's doing it basically the same exact way that we're modifying document.title. Most frameworks don't actually do anything with that base index.html file that they use as a template. They only have full control over the element that you're bootstrapping into. And then they have access to the DOM through DOM APIs, but you're not modifying that HTML directly. And yeah, like the head element you're talking about, maybe that's deprecated? You're not directly updating the head of the HTML. The component is actually doing a lot of that document.title logic for you, as far as I understand it. Now, the head that you're talking about, I'm not even sure I see that in here, right? Like, do you have a link to the docs where that's actually something, or are you using Helmet or some other abstraction? Right? Like, as far as I can tell, the head component you're talking about isn't canonical. It's not native to Next.js. It's probably some abstraction on top. And yeah, what's up, Shadow? The canonical way to do it with Next.js is to use generate metadata, right? Like this metadata export inside of a layout or a page. And I know I'm zoomed in a bit. I can zoom in for you. This is the proper canonical way of doing that. All right, so yeah, let's check that out. Hold on. It is definitely native. All right. And 1 second. I see it. I can get the link. You don't need to repost it. Yeah, I get it. We prevent links most of the time. Normally, you know, you let us know that you're ready to post a link or something. So this is the pages router, which is, I would consider the pages router deprecated. You know that, right? They still allow it just for legacy reasons, but no modern app should actually be built with the pages router at this point. If you're going to do that, you probably shouldn't be using Next.js. There's probably a better abstraction. But I am really curious about it. All right, it's open source. You should be able to find it, yeah? All right, so here you go. You disagree personally, but it's a fair opinion. I mean, just look at everything they do. You should be prepared for the fact that they will probably remove the pages router soon. Your root point was most, and no, that's just not true. Next.js is not most. It's a meta framework. Meta frameworks are not the majority of front-end frameworks. right? So yeah, if you are curious about how head works, you can look here, but they are not directly modifying the actual head element. Like, they are not doing that in the base template. They are using JavaScript APIs to do so, such as document.title. As far as I know. They are pushing elements. They're probably doing document.head.inner HTML or something like that. Or not document. Well, it might be document.head, but it could be document.querySelector.head. Oh, that's the only place they reference documents. Maybe not. Oh, so they are using a context. They might actually be doing it. Yeah, so one thing to remember, though, is that that head element, that head component, is not the raw head element, right? They're using some abstraction over the head manager, and the head manager is jamming that together with all of your other head calls throughout the component hierarchy. It's a subtle difference. So yeah, they don't expose the raw HTML template to you, but this probably is directly modifying that template without giving you full access, which is interesting. But yeah, I would still just point out that the pages router, you should probably be migrating away from it here pretty soon. There will be a future where it is technically deprecated rather than just unofficially deprecated. Just think about it from a maintenance standpoint on their end. Let me get another album going. But yeah, I definitely disagree with the most frameworks have an abstraction thing. Just because Next does it doesn't mean everyone does. All right, so yeah, that global should do a full replace, and we should get like a better sentence style title out of that. All right, so we see quotas, Waltr. Perfect. Balances, Waltr. Oh, and it's giving us our favicon finally, which I find interesting. Yep, quotas, balances. Let's go a little more deeply nested. No, it's fine, MVP. In 10 years, you haven't come across a time? Well, I mean, it existed as the original thing, but the pages router is older. The app router was created, what, 2 years ago? Maybe 3? I think it was 2. How long do you think they want to maintain both abstractions? You should definitely prepare for the case where the older one goes away. React has never had it. Like, dude, just right there. Your 10 years are meaningless. React doesn't have it. Angular doesn't have it. Vue doesn't have it. Meta frameworks do. So Svelte Kit does. I doubt Svelte does. Right? See what I'm getting at? There's a big difference between a framework and a meta framework. React does not have that abstraction built in. Never has. I don't even think Ember maybe. Yeah, it's not built in. Someone had to actually build a plugin for it. No worries. Yeah. I've been doing dev for a long time as well. I personally don't like reaching for those types of like year metrics because I find them inherently bullshit. It's an appeal to authority. Right? Your statement still would have been valid without the 10 years thing. It would have been better if you were specifically naming frameworks that had those abstractions. A reason why I went with React for this project, because I don't want to reinvent the wheel. So that all automatically rules out things like solid or svelte or even Vue, in my opinion. Angular could have been an option. I just don't think there's enough libraries built for Angular. So still basically, reinventing wheel issues. Okay, I get that MVP. That makes sense. No worries. That's just on me. Every time I see like been doing blank for X amount of time, I automatically assume it's an appeal to authority. But that's a me thing. In general, Lilsaf, a lot of the arguments for other frameworks don't make any sense to me. And this is from someone who has used Angular a lot, right? In my career, for companies. I think there are definitely reasons to use Angular, but a lot of the reasons a lot of other people use for other frameworks make zero sense, right? If they're citing like rendering benchmarks, who cares? That is something that will be optimized out from under you anyway. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, it's just a general thing too, MVP. Like, even before I started streaming, for the most part, there's always some blowhard who wants to just win an argument because they say they've been doing it for 20 years, rather than winning on the merits of their argument. We've all met people like that, right? It's an appeal to authority because they don't want to actually put the effort into explaining their point better. Just listen to me because I've been doing this. Ugh. Rather than actually explaining. My dad's one of those guys. So this is a deeply ingrained hatred of the appeal to authority. No, that's fine. I get it. Yeah. No. I'm explaining to you. You don't got to defend yourself any further. I'm just letting you know where my bias against the 10 years thing came from. I have a lot of biases regarding programming, basically because of my dad and my mom as well. My dad's one of those jerks that brags about how fast he can type. He doesn't write any meaningful software. He's barely written any meaningful software in the past 30 years. He wrote some really good stuff, maybe like late 70s, early 80s. He was a hardware guy for the majority of like his career while I was growing up. So his ability to type fast while coding is meaningless. It did matter when he was typing up specifications and things like that. But when I hear people say that you need to be able to type fast as a programmer, it is less and less meaningful as technology moves, right? We have LLMs, we have dictation for that, we have auto completion. Right? So typing speed is increasingly less meaningful. So when I hear other influencers saying you need to learn how to type fast, I just fundamentally disagree. Yeah, you know what I mean, Robert Tables. My dad also gets hung up on stupid, like really stupid bullshit. Like, my entire life he's called the internet ASCII trash. Should have been EBCDIC. Dude, it's fucking character encoding. It's saying one letter is equal to this number instead of one letter is equal to this other number. Get out of here with that shit. Like, come on, man. It does actually sound pretty good. Oh, he's great. He's a fun dude, but talking tech with him at this point is just purely meaningless. ASCII trash? Go for it. Patent pending. I'm kidding. ASCII trash is a good band name. Damn. Oh, absolutely, Sergeant Pepper. Problem is, I've been having these arguments with my dad for 20 years. Shit, it has been that long. Oh, that sucks. Damn. Like, it gets boring at some point. And yes, was that an appeal to authority? No, it wasn't. I get it. Not every reference to a year or a duration is an appeal to authority. That's on me. But okay. Let me try this. We go do that. This is where this kind of breaks down. Ooh, so I also think sentence case there is incorrect. One thing that might be good is shit. To make these titles much better, we're going to need much more aggressive caching, which is doable. I don't think it's important for right now though. But we can at least like fix the title casing. All right, so basically what I want to see is, yeah, no transactions found. We go back to quotas here. In this list, we do see balances, transactions. Bam. And you know what? I actually kind of like this idea. We could leave the slash, and then as we navigate, let's go into here, go to runtime, accounts, back to quotas or balances. Oh, I don't want to do it for the first one. So what we want to do here is dot I think it's dot substring, right? And it's going well. I play games. How about you? All right. We'll call that good for titles. Okay, hold on. I've been knocking my knee on this keyboard all damn day. And yeah, Shadow. This album's good. Yeah, this album's solid. Like you can write fast, but then you would get scruffy handwriting. Yeah. Yeah, writing fast. I guess for making, like, taking notes and stuff, it matters. Yeah, even back in the day for dictation. Like, even modern day. Well, I'm curious about that now. Do they still employ court stenographers? Or is there, like, a digital version of that now? Right? Do they just record it as audio and then just transcribe the audio digitally? Haven't been in a courtroom in ages, and I don't plan on being in one for a while. So yeah, I'm not sure. But yeah, even back in the day, secretaries had like a very specific like shorthand they would use. Just because writing is inherently slow. All right, so now we want to go back here, reintroduce that. Right, we see this giant list, and now if I refresh, something has gone terribly wrong. Interesting. And yeah, what's up, Kenny? Oh, well, that one got even weirder. Nah, I don't like building in those kind of things. Like, I could, but I just worry about those kind of things getting shipped to prod by accident. I'd rather deal with the little bit of a headache that becomes than accidentally ship it. And yeah, Lil Saf. Yeah, what was that shorthand? Was it just like secretary shorthand? Yep. Yeah, so secretaries would have stuff like that, right? Where they'd write this character, knowing that it stands for CB, meaning cab, Bob, right? Like straight up hieroglyphics, you know? Yeah. So yeah, pretty interesting stuff actually. Yeah, exactly. I see Eye of Horus. I see Snake and Reeds. Yep, it is pure cuneiform. It did look a bit like sheet music. Yeah, good call. All right, so here's the thing. Why are we still getting that? Oh, I think it's because I went back far enough. So that's actually just an issue there. And part of the problem is that when we do the missing token thing, our token is actually invalid, right? No, okay, so our token did still exist. Perfect. We were doing the missing token thing elsewhere. So yeah, that was actually just my bad in the navigation. So we go here, we do some of that. We induce a 5 hundo. Sad panda. We hit refresh. Sad panda. Magic Link is pretty cool. Haven't had the chance to try it yourself? Yeah, I mean, it does introduce a little bit of like overhead for a user logging in. But from a security standpoint, it's no less secure than a standard password because a standard password can be reset via email pretty much every time anyway. So a password reset email is the same as a Magic Link email. You're just not actually resetting the password. But the token in your reset password email actually does represent you and can basically get you to a point where you can log in anyway. So the security aspect of it is pretty moot. But it does introduce extra steps for your users. If it's something where your tokens live short enough, but they're logging in often enough, that extra barrier can be a big problem. For something like what we're doing here with as much like, we're dealing with what could potentially tie to money and things like that, I think it's worth the extra overhead. But yeah, not having to store and hash passwords. You do have to store and hash the, like other stuff. You got to store the key, right? Like the Magic Link itself. You have to expire those keys. There's extra effort for that. But again, you're going to be doing that same thing for a password reset as well. What I would typically get at is if you're doing Magic Link, you should absolutely make sure you're offering a reasonable amount of OAuth. And then the user doesn't have to do the Magic Link because the OAuth is the same reasonably secure mechanism. And for what I'm doing, I think multi-factor auth is still essential. So I have to do that as well. So yeah, the login process for this, a little annoying, maybe. For how important it is, I think it's worth it. But it's a decision you have to make for like each application individually. The remember me checkbox, biggest lie on the internet. Yeah. Oh, and hold on. All right, sorry. Just work stuff. I got to make sure I'm like chiming in, doing all that. Yeah, exactly. I play. Yeah. Okay, so we did that. If I click back. Okay, strange. So, all right. It's not the error that I thought we had. All right, so we're not doing anything logic-wise here. It's all going to be inside the interceptor. And I think it all happens here in the base. This is the error batch state. Oh, yeah, deleting cookies. Yep. So we're just doing a regular navigate. We're not even doing like a replace or anything. So why would that be the issue? Like we don't have any retry logic. They're trying to annotate the end of a block. So here it's working, right? It's annotating the error that we get, or not the error, but like this block is that error. So if we were down here, we know exactly what that bracket ties to. In several cases, VS Code is good about stickying that header, but then there are plenty of other cases where it's not. We're probably not going to have a good reproduction on this page. But yeah, when you get to like a certain level of like nested like brackets, it really breaks down. I would say inside of JSX, it gets much worse. Now keep in mind, the one where it's doing like the shrug, that's a flaw of the extension. Like it just doesn't know what to annotate right there. But if we look at some of the HTML, right? With JSX in general, VS Code is much worse at doing the sticky header thing. So being able to annotate the ending div and what that div is, if we were in like a bunch of nested divs, this might become useful for us. It's much more useful when you're not using Tailwind, or you're at least using Tailwind, but with a semantic name. The JSTS extension uses the JavaScript, TypeScript language server. But when we're in other languages, I am using TreeSitter. So VS Code doesn't use TreeSitter natively. They use the language server. So the language server is giving us some wonky data. I think technically they've updated it because we didn't used to have this much of an issue with JSX and the JSTS biscuits. But yeah, basically I have 3 extensions I've made. HTML biscuits is the one that does just HTML, but also works in JSX. The language server provides all sorts of info. Yeah, for sure. So I'm using the HTML language server for HTML biscuits, the CSS language server for CSS biscuits, and the JavaScript TypeScript language server for JSTS biscuits. But then for assorted biscuits, if I want to do Rust or Go or C# or all those other languages, I didn't want to depend on other like third-party plugins that you'd have to install separately, because I just find that super clunky. Like a bunch of the C# extensions require that like this like core C# extension gets installed, which gets really annoying. So I'm using TreeSitter compiled to Wasm for like some of this stuff. Is it that insane? They're separate languages, right? You wouldn't use the same language server for all of them. That'd be weird. I really don't think that's insane. It is. It's just a font there, MVP. It's actually really nice as a heuristic to call out people that can't get past trivial details. You don't need a monospaced font in your editor. You just don't. My spaces are still mono. Where in here does monospacing actually matter? Where do you see like it would be an issue? You can use Giphium right now. We won the hackathon with it, and we moved on. And that's fine, MVP. It's one of those things that is very much not actually a problem. In your terminal, it would be a problem, right? The rendering would be really weird. It's also only a problem in languages like Go, where you have something like const foo equals, you know, some object, and you're doing something like bar, then you do something like longer, right? And then you're trying to line these up. You shouldn't be trying to line up colons, right? Leave that to the scientist from the human centipede. I'm not talking about the object. I'm talking about the way Go formats structs. Look past the raw syntax and just recognize that Go does this. Like the auto formatter for Go tries to line up colons. That is somewhat evil in my opinion. Leave that to the scientist from the human centipede. Prisma does that? Gross. Do you want the vanilla paste or the cuttlefish and asparagus? Some people caught that reference. Elastic tabs. Yeah, I mean, that would be if you're using actual tabs. If you're using spaces, that doesn't work. And prettier defaults to spaces automatically. So bar none definitely prefers the cuttlefish and asparagus. Sorry. All right, so right, we look at our history. Really curious where that Vite plus React plus TS is coming from. All right, so here's one thing. Uh, preserve log. We'll clear it for now. Right, we do that. And then if I introduce... Oh, and the reason it was clearing is because I was refreshing. Yeah, so preserving the log is important now. So then we go back to here. Okay. That was a lot of entries, but it only shows the two there, which is odd. Yeah, all right. So then back to here. Right, and the main issue is that we got network error like a bunch of times. Why is it retrying that so much? I think because I'm rethrowing it there. Right, so that error hook is not actually a catch. So we should definitely not be rethrowing that error. I'm pretty sure that's the case. So let's clear. Let's go navigate a bit. Damn, so we had it happen again. I thought we would have fixed it with the fix to base there. Right, so that works. Ooh, let me double check another thing. All right, sorry, just doing the work thing. So yeah, we get that back going. All right, we don't get the error there, but we probably did get a 400. No, we didn't. Yeah, that part's fine. Yeah, we need to fix the default props BS, which is fine. Did I? Oh, I forgot to save this. It's like, why is that not failing? It's also maybe an issue that we probably shouldn't be refetching that on every navigation. Right, so there we go. We get it again. We do only see it once. Oh, cannot read properties of undefined data in app.tsx. That's a different error. But we do only see the one error failed there. And yeah, when we get a 500, we get the cores issue. But again, not a huge problem. All right, so I think we fixed the bug. I was just recursively throwing the rejection. So that's the fix there. And we improved our titles as well, which is a win as well. So as far as making our history look a lot better, if we had better caching, we could do a lookup of the ID. Right, we could do a lookup of the ID and grab that value. But we wouldn't have it on the first navigation? Well, no. I guess that's the tricky part. There would be cases where the title wouldn't be right immediately, but we can always just update the title when some asynchronous data resolves, because you wouldn't actually be putting it into the history until you navigate to another page anyway, at which point we would have resolved the data and cached it. Okay. That is something for later. And I would say that is post MVP. We're not going to care about the order, but the main gist here is implement caching such that we can update the title with the entities, with the entity name instead of entity ID. I would say that our 500 error, gone. We do need to start testing 401s because we just get way too many 401s. We should also figure out why we are fetching the business on every page navigation. That doesn't feel right to me. But yeah, I think we can get rid of that change. So it's probably one of these use effects. That one for updating the title, meh. I think that's it. Because navigate is a new thing every time. I actually think this is incorrect. We don't want to be refetching this every time navigate updates. Does it make it an impure effect? Yes. But I think that's just better. Because there's a whole bunch of like stuff that we don't need to refetch every time. And it speeds up the app massively. And not massively, but it's just a request that didn't need to be made. Now this probably does need to debounce a bit, because we shouldn't be fetching accounts that many times. Those are just pre-flights, so those are okay. Okay. Nobody ever wants to hear that, Ayushman. It's actually pretty damn rude. Should learn some kind of etiquette. All right, so that fixes that bit a little bit. The 500 error is fixed. Let's just see what the 401 looks like when we edit the token. All right, we just get the single 401. All right, so we fixed actually both of those errors, which is nice. Cool. I do actually want to save that. We'll put it in this commit because it doesn't matter. All right, so fix handle network errors better. Maybe still need to show a toast when a 500. Even though we redirect when a bunch. All right, so then what is our next task? Remove a quota from a list when deleting. That'll be easy. We've got a magic link issue that we're not invalidating the old token. Oh, and what we could do is actually detect. Well, no, if they fail the magic link check, we could just have something in the error message like, hey, if you tried sending multiple magic links, use the most recent one. Please allow it time to arrive or something, right? So yeah, these two we should be able to knock out as well. And what time is it? 3? Yeah, 3. Great time. Okay, so here's a quick question. Any of y'all that actually use AI and like you're really into it, what the hell is an agentic AI versus just the standard LLM? Is it that the agent does multiple steps? Like, what is the agent doing that wasn't being done with just regular LLMs and RAG? Or is it just marketing? I don't actually understand the difference. Now, if I probably just used some of these like agents or whatever, I might understand it more. I don't know. I don't. Does no one else actually understand what an agent has direct access? Direct access to what? Like to your desktop? To your machine? To the internet? So that, yeah, that's something that Hunar said over on YouTube. An agent has direct access. Yeah, what are they accessing? So it can run commands, like CLI commands, like creating files on the file system, etc. Is that it? We could ask an LLM. Ooh, hold on. Yeah, I'm really curious about this now. All right, so this is what Claude says, at least. Goal directed behavior. They work towards specific objectives rather than just responding to inputs. They can proactively identify and pursue courses of action rather than waiting for commands. They can develop strategies and sequences of actions to achieve their goals. They can adjust their behavior based on circumstances and feedback, some degree of autonomy in decision making. There's an ongoing debate about what constitutes true agency in AI systems. Okay. So, kind of like Cursor as an editor is basically an agent, right? The fact that it can modify files across your code base. Is that one way to think about that? Rather than just responding with a message, it can actually modify the files. Does that make it agentic? I guess the line would be fuzzier because you're technically clicking the apply or accept button. Cursor has an agent chat mode. So it's like different from its normal chat, or would you say the chat mode is the agent? Okay, so the agent chat mode is just the chat mode, right? But because it can make changes for you rather than just giving you code for you to make changes with, that makes it an agent. Okay. God, it's so buzzwordy. It's so buzzwordy. Oh, I see what you're saying. So regular chat mode, you have to accept the changes, whereas agentic chat mode, it just does it. Okay. Okay, that makes more sense. I get that. Okay. And yeah, hold on, who was that? Was that MVP earlier? Yeah, MVP. You asked basically, I don't just bypass the token locally or the multi-factor auth. I don't do that, but I do have the key for multi-factor auth for this specific user. I do have that hard coded, so I never have to like update it if I refresh the database and rescaffold from scratch. But basically, like the fixtures will never run in production, so I'm okay with that because that's like a manual thing I have to run locally. All right, so remove a quota from the list when deleting. All right, that's an easy enough fix. We probably need to make sure we do the same thing for balances. Yeah, that'll work. Never say never. No, it's easy enough. Like we don't have any direct access to run it in production. There's like no access to the machine, to the database. None of that stuff is something I can actually run against. So no, it is an actual never. All right, so we remove that just fine. Um, we probably do want to have some state. We'll call it is deleting. That navigate doesn't make any sense on this page. Oh, I see why. You made some incredible chuck roast and put it over ramen with some kale. Oh, that sounds good. Um, I don't typically do a beef ramen, but that does sound good. What kind of ramen? Like, do you mean just like top ramen style, or do you make your own broth? Shirataki. You make your own broth. You tend to use a low-calorie noodle like shirataki or kep. I'm not familiar with those noodle brands. Well, I missed some follows. Grid Gaps and Strike Boy. Thank you for the follows. Hope you're still out there. Welcome. I'm fine, Eisenheim. Dude, did you see? Hold on. Oh my god. I thought it was Benjamin something or other. Oh, KL Rasm? No. Ben Burke. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Baby Fresh. Hold on. He had a banger of a tweet. No, not what I want. Make it easy to navigate here. Dude, this. Oh my god. Like, have you seen this thing from Talmadge Johnson, like the son of the guy that thinks he's gonna live forever? Dude, ignore the thirst trap bullshit. Like, look at this. Like, this seems like a miserable existence to me. This seems like a miserable existence. So yeah, anyway, back to it. His comment, consuming my nutrient slop and gazing wistfully out the window 5 times a day. Non-depressingly. No, it looks miserable. Like, just really bad. You should see how, like, how gross the comments are in the thread, too. Not this guy's one, but, like, the other bullshit. Like, the one he's quote tweeting. Ugh. Right? Why would you want to live forever if that's how you got to live? Like, ugh. Ugh. But anyway. Anyway. Hold on, let me double check a work thing. Someone replied. Sorry, someone has a reply that I need to pass to work. Yeah, yeah. I mean, so that was a vegan diet that he was showcasing. That's basically one of the only ways you can get all the nutrients you need as a vegan, right? Like vegan protein powder, etc. Weird supplements in the morning, which is doable, and I respect people that want to do it. But man, yeah, it's just, ugh, not for me. Now, granted, I'm not in great shape, so I'm not someone to listen to for that stuff. But you know what? I enjoy eating. It's not just a thing I have to do. Right? It's why the things like Huel and Soylent and like all of those just sound miserable. Ugh. Right? Like, are there people out there that just don't like eating? Like, they don't look forward to a meal that's just delicious? I do think like you can develop a taste for those things to where they are delicious. Like, dude, I used to love when I was snowboarding. I'd eat uh, like potatoes and onions as like a big like breakfast meal. It's super cheap, super easy. Like this is as a snowboard bum, right? And then I would also do those like carnation instant breakfasts because they taste really good actually, especially mixed with milk instead of water. So yeah, I used to do those. So and that's basically what Huel is, right? So yeah, I bet some of those like meal replacement drinks are actually like delicious. But I couldn't replace every meal with them. That would be, ugh, no. It's just something I did when I was waking up in the morning because I needed the calories because I was snowboarding 8 hours a day minimum. Unctuous. That's a good word too. Mm. Just eat everything that doesn't harm the brain and body. Eh, when you're on a budget, you're on a budget, right? Like, how much do you think that dude spends on the nutritious meals he eats? Right now, granted, he's eating a lot of the stuff that his dad's company makes, which makes a lot of sense, right? So it's basically advertising at that point. It's influencer marketing, which means you should take it with a grain of salt. Honestly, salt might improve the meals too. Sorry, that one just came to me. Made sense. He should probably be taking those meals with a grain of salt. Probably a few grains of salt. Yeah, it should have had a paid promotion tag. Absolutely. For sure. No salt? You'll die without salt. You'll especially die without iodine. And most of the food you consume does not contain enough iodine. Oh, I will. But yeah, you don't get to chat anymore. Comments like that are always crazy. Like, do you have nothing better to do than troll some streamer over asking them to write more code? That's actually even more miserable than the dude that eats the nutrient slop every day. And it probably ignores the fact that I probably knocked out more tickets than you doing in the average day already before you even got here. All right, so I think we're good there. Yeah, we should commit what we did. I do wonder if that's a jealousy thing, right? People who come in saying, like, write more code. I'm actually able to keep up random conversations with Twitch chat and also get code done. Man, that's got to make you jealous, huh? You got to spend every waking hour focusing on your tasks. Bummer. Man, that sounds miserable. Take it easy. That's too harsh. I get that, but come on. You know that was a little too harsh. They're already banned. They can't even stick up for themselves. I'm the only one allowed to like rub salt in the wound. You don't even follow the channel there, Eastwood. Yeah, there it is. Kind of figured you two knew each other. But that does seem reportable because it seems like you are either Loot Snake himself or you guys are coordinating some harassment. So I'm reporting that for sure. Nah, there are definitely some like really dedicated trolls. They just have nothing better to do. All right, he says that comment as I'm committing what I just finished. It's actually just kind of sad. Just curious. All right, so the next ticket. So yeah, the magic link code stuff. All right, and yeah, first let's do this. Fix. Oh yeah, Hunar, we have music going over here on Twitch. You just can't hear it, just because YouTube's like DMCA bullshit sucks. Double check work stuff, just to be sure. Okay, so the next thing is we are not invalidating the original magic link. Oh, and you know, we could get rid of some of these. And I missed something. Yep. The button needs to have and that's for this delete modal. Yeah, it actually means that, hold on. Yeah, we got to fix to make first. We're not actually going to be doing the is deleting state in here. That is something we want to do inside the modal. Yeah, thank you. English only, please. Oh, and we're doing an alert here. We shouldn't ever get to that point. You're grooving? Nice. Web extension for Firefox? Hell yeah. And you're using Rust for the extension? Hold on. Someone did reply at work. Okay. Hold on. Let me report this for work. I'll wait to report it. Okay, so back to it. Boom, it nailed it on that one. And hold on, let me read it. Essentially, the infrastructure is a desktop app that installs and runs Ollama such that the Firefox extension has an API for AI inference that is local. Okay. Sounds cool. Oh. Oh, I kind of like that. And then, like, what pages does the web extension kick in on? What up, Zig? How you doing? It's basically a more intelligent prompt builder. Okay. Interesting. I could see it being really good for something like replying to emails. Right? Like it records the context from, I don't know, all sorts of places. And then as you're typing, it's like suggesting stuff for the email. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yep. No, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, so I think that's better to manage the state there instead. It would make token sizes more efficient. For, like, you're saying for directly communicating with ChatGPT then, right? Okay. Yeah, we use it just to identify the end of a block, but it does have some bugs. For some reason, it doesn't annotate the end of that block properly. It's annotating the finally on its own line, but we do get to see what this if check is, right? Nice and easy. So we do still get value out of it, but there's definitely like a major bug there. And we'll have to evaluate that at some point, but yeah, at least we can get the yeah, at least we can get that context. It's the eye contact, right? For sure. All right, so I think that's a better fix. But hold on, I got one more thing I want to do. No, Z, use Git wherever you want, man. That doesn't matter. I work for GitKraken. GitLens is one of the things that we make. If you want to use it, go for it. Like, yeah. This is just where I feel productive. I still get major value from GitKraken for things like inline blame and this hover. Right? Like, use the tools how they make you more effective. You're talking about prompt engineering stuff? Got it. Oh, using AI to craft better prompts. Yeah, Glasses was doing a bunch of that stuff too, for sure. Glasses is Eric from the Alt F4 stream. Yeah, he was actually using AI to generate better prompts for AI, which I think is actually kind of interesting. I don't do enough prompting like that, so it wouldn't benefit me, but that's fine. Just like a better monospace font doesn't benefit me either. But ooh, 5 more days. and I can announce something at least. I have to hold off on it. But yeah, there is a release happening in 5 days. Font related, but that's all I can say. And it's a tentative release. They may have to push it. The engineer shortage is starting to hit hard. Wait, where? Like, what's evidence of the engineer shortage? And advice for entry-level devs trying to get into industry during the AI boom. I think most of these companies are in FAFO mode, right? So they're not hiring juniors, which means that they don't have a pipeline of mid-level to senior engineers, which means that they're becoming overly reliant on slop code from AI, which is a problem. I don't know what you mean by that, Einstein. Are you making a short joke? Yeah, I know I'm not that tall. Well, yeah, I think it's tricky. There's a lot of companies that are still in the fuck around state. But I think a lot of them are finding out. I think there's also just a bunch of companies out there that you don't need good engineers. Right? Like there's some dude that runs like an insurance company in the EU or whatever. Or some bullshit company like that. He's like, I fired all my engineers. Haha. My guess is he's just trying to secure another round of funding. You know what companies and investors look for the health of a company to invest into? A good workforce. That's one of like the key things they're investing in. That's why a lot of companies go on a hiring spree when they get investment or when they're about to seek investment. Because the more people you employ, the bigger you look, the more you can increase your valuation. But there are definitely a lot of companies out there in the world that would benefit from not paying software engineers. It turns out that a lot of those companies aren't paying software engineers anyway. So what I actually see is it's just like accounting. Back in the day, companies used to employ large companies used to employ entire departments of what were basically bookkeepers that were basically just calculators. The invention of the calculator made a lot of those bookkeepers redundant, but it also meant that more companies could actually hire a proper accountant rather than just a bookkeeper. So it actually increased the amount of accountants in the world. Even though it decreased the amount of accountants one specific company would need. I think we'll see the same thing. Right? One company may need to actually employ a software engineer that's using AI to take the place of, let's face it, there are software devs and engineers out there that are basically just bookkeepers in dev, right? Those people's jobs will go away and they'll have to learn how to actually do engineering or how to at least manage prompting. But it just means that more companies will be able to afford a software dev that just prompts that stuff. And then good accountants or good engineers will still be necessary pretty much everywhere. So yeah, it's actually by making some jobs redundant, you increase the need for other jobs. Yeah, some off the shelf product to do what you need rather than paying some engineer to do it for you. Yeah, that's what software as a service has done for a long time. Yep. And when people say, oh, AI is going to kill your software as a service, it's going to kill some bullshit software as a service, but good luck getting AI to automate what Salesforce does. Right? There are definitely some bullshit software as a services out there that will not exist. They've been living on borrowed time for a long time. Having it understand changes in the API. I mean, who knows? Eventually it could. But yeah, real quick, just to respond to the question and what kind of tea? It's still just the Earl Grey, the Ahmad Tea Company. But then what was the question? Tyler Durden, you asked it. So advice for entry level devs trying to get into the industry during the AI boom. I think no matter what, you're going to need to be aware of and using AI, but you're also going to need to be aware of and not using AI. Like in the places where you can't, and in plenty of companies, they still worry about data exfiltration, and you're just not allowed to use AI. So you still actually have to be good. Right? There are plenty of government companies or government workers that just can't use AI because of data exfiltration problems, you know? And the government doesn't want to pay for the enterprise license to get that SLA that data definitely won't leak. Same thing with HIPAA requirements, right? There are plenty of health companies that just can't use AI because they can't trust that it's not going to leak customer data. So no matter what, you need to be prepared for either role. So be aware of the AI, right? Be aware of how to use it, etc., which I am blowing it on. I don't use it enough. It's great for auto completion. But yeah, if you don't understand the code the AI is spitting out, I wouldn't hire you. I would even maybe set up some exercises with a specifically trained AI or LLM AI, whatever, synonymous at this point, that actually gives you subtly wrong code. And I would want to actually test the engineer like, all right, so use this homegrown LLM we have, prompt it, get it to do what you want, but then correct it where it's wrong. Like I would want it to I would want to intentionally train it to be slightly wrong about a bunch of stuff. Right? Like some very specific prompts about I don't know, like using reduce when a for each would suffice, using reduce when a map would be better. Right? Like set up actual sessions where maybe you just have canned like honestly, it would just be like a code review session. So you don't even need the LLM. I would want to test a dev's ability to evaluate and review code. That sounds really valuable to me. That sounds like the most valuable skill you can have at this point. Right? Like, even if you're not using AI, someone on your team might, and they might allow some slop code in. So, yeah, code review is actually like the number one skill to practice, in my opinion. I don't know for sure. I'm just thinking out loud. Someone asked about like how to approach applying for jobs as a junior in the current day, right? Like with AI and all that BS. And I think the skill of code review, reviewing coworkers' code, reviewing AI code, etc., is actually like the number one skill. But yeah, real quick, let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Real quick, let me go pour some more water too. So it'll be just another sec. Alrighty, so 4 o'clock. I think we can do one of these. The cork? Yeah, the cork is a great sound. Especially with the giant bottle. Ferd? You mean, is that your short name for Woodford? No, this is the 1.75. So this is like the two and a quarter. Or two and a third. It's the giant bottle. Costco sized. Oh, really? Hold on, you want to see something even crazier? Sucks that it's only here on Twitter, but yeah. Let me go to my profile here. Look at the size of that one. It's gotta be just like a promotional thing from the distributor or whatever. But damn. I know, right? Look at the size of that thing. I think that one's a 4.5 liter. I think the Hendrix next to it is a 6 liter. Oh, yeah, for sure. That is the liver killer. Yeah, this was at a place in Boston. I forget the name of it, but really good lobster roll. They still look the regular size, just bigger. That's actually awesome. I think that's smart. And yeah, you said Maryland? Maryland, Massachusetts, same thing. I'm kidding, by the way. I know, I'm kidding. I know you guys get really hung up on that. I used to live in Jersey. Jersey, New York, same thing. You might as well be in Delaware ever. Crossing any of those states besides New York is basically just a jog. It's not even a marathon, it's just a jog. I mean, that's how they drive anyway. Damn, you set me up for that one. You set me up for that one. Jacob over on YouTube, Jersey to Connecticut is basically a jog as well. Yeah, for sure. VA, Virginia, or did I don't know. Yeah, I've never driven in Virginia. All right, so we got some stuff here. Don't need to do that. I think it's fine. It's not a big deal. There are bad drivers everywhere. They're bad in different ways. All right, we'll leave that. The next fix then. Let's head to the notes. Not a big fan of jazz. Too many unnecessary notes. All right, so trying to log in a second time while the first magic link code is still active. Have you ever seen Always Sunny in Philadelphia? No, it's not The Office. It's Always Sunny. It's said by Charlie, who's like the stupid one, basically. But he's a savant when it comes to music. I'm trying to remember what episode it might have been. It might be the one where he has the spa day quote. Spa day. Sounds like you're like starting a word and not finishing it. Are you saying spaghetti day? Because I could go for a spaghetti day. Like, yeah, Charlie is actually the best on the entire show. He is the best. All right, so the magic link thing. Let's at least go in and try to fix it. I don't think we even need to reproduce it yet. All right, so the login request. Right. Just for the timing attack reasons. Let's just call it fake ID equals nano ID. So we definitely want to do that because, right, timing attack wise, we want to mock what a standard DB request would take. We also want to mock creating the nano ID. It shouldn't actually take very long. So it should be quick. And yeah, I'm not 100% sold on Nano ID at this point. I'm thinking we might even refactor to like UUID v7. Then these things are inherently sortable, which means we could refactor our sort keys. I think we probably still want to keep sort key based on the created at, though, just for Dynamo reasons. Okay, so this is where we have the issue. If we think about the flow, user tries to log in again. Every login attempt should create a new magic key or a magic link, right? I think that's the right way to do that. So I still want to do this just for now because we don't have that template, and that's a different task. But I don't have that in my notes. Pre-MVP sweep. Yeah, so our pre-MVP sweep is actually a bunch of like thick tasks. What we have for plans for the short term are nice, quick, and easy ones. Yeah. Okay. Back to it. Who here uses a service that does magic links by default? Is there one that we can think of that I can test with? Medium? Yeah, can anyone think of an app that only allows them to use magic links? Oh, and damn, am I still paying for PlayStation Plus? Oh, I might need to cancel that. I might have been doing that for way too long. So Slack, Medium, Authgear, Ping Identity? I've never heard of Ping Identity. Ooh, anyone here ever used that? Oh, so Jacob, you all used Ping at your work for VPN. Interesting. Okay. It was publicly traded until an acquisition by Thoma Bravo. What the fuck is Thoma Bravo? Private equity. Okay. Oh, okay. And it's named after Carl Thoma and Orlando Bravo. Those sound like made up names to me. Who names a kid Orlando Bravo? That sounds totally made up. I guess all names are made up. Touche. All right, so y'all used it just for general auth. Interesting. Established in 2002. Wow, that is... Okay, so they're like one of the old school auth companies. Right? Like Auth0 is much older than that, right? Or not much older, sorry, much newer than that. Yeah, 2013. Huh. Oh, super tokens. Always forget about them. They were hiring a developer advocate at one point. They were one of the companies that got back to me and said they needed more experience. Senior React engineer, but India. Okay. Technical content editor. Ooh, like contract based? Nah. Yeah, that doesn't scream successful company to me. Oh, they look like they're like based in India. I don't think I knew that. I think they're a VC company, right? Like Y Combinator? Yeah. Hmm. Oh, I think this is smart. Hosting a JWT decoder. There's also the one at what, JWTIO? That's also run by like a company. Auth0. Yep. Yeah, I think it is very smart of companies like this to make these kind of tools. Very smart. Oh, hold on. Someone posted a link. You're working on a V0 project. Yeah, one second. You don't need to repaste it. I can read it. The project was sent to you through Slack, not via like Git or GitHub. Any suggestions on how to take the refactoring challenge? You need to actually approach it as an engineer, right? Like, look at what they've built, scope out the pages and things that are needed, right? Like, build a proper diagram of the routing. Like, I don't know, like, how much have you done? Like, what is your level of experience? Because in my opinion, you should be approaching this as if you were given the task of estimating and scaffolding a project at a client agency or a consultancy kind of thing. Which means that, yeah, you need to start enumerating all the pages, how auth is handled, like all that stuff. And really, it sounds to me like a ground up rewrite. But I don't know the code base. The fact that it's not even in Git is a really bad idea. Your first step is to put it in Git. That was pretty much what I specialized in at an agency, like estimating and starting projects, getting them to a place where I could hand them off to another dev because inevitably someone on the sales team would pull on me to be on a new project real quick. So yeah, I don't know. If you don't have that as a skill or something that you practice, This is a good time to learn, but you should really start thinking about the structure of the app, documenting that, creating that documentation, getting sign off on that documentation, etc. I would also question, is this actually like a formal task you've been given, or is this just something that someone in the company was like, hey man, fix it? Because you shouldn't be doing any work like that unless your immediate boss says you should be doing it. Man, we read an article about that somewhat recently. Mm. Yeah, the basic gist of the article was beware of people that will try to steal your time because they exist all over in organizations. Let me see if we actually have that. Yeah, no, I don't think we have it. Yeah, so that's a bummer. I probably should have saved it because it was an interesting article. There are ways in organizations that people will just try and steal your time. If your immediate boss is unaware of those, you've got a problem because your immediate boss is the only person to actually satisfy that way. Time theft. No. Nah. Ugh. Nah, time theft is definitely like some corporate buzzword bullshit. We're not paid for the hours we work, we're paid for the results we deliver. If your salary, that's the legal definition of salary. Kunal, thank you for the follow. Welcome. And DevSec, I missed that one. Yeah, companies will actually get in trouble or can get in trouble here in the US if they're treating salaried employees as hourly workers. That's not what salary means. But yeah, man, I wish I had saved that link. Let's go look through history real quick. Hold on. It was probably a couple weeks ago, though. All right, so it wasn't back. I think it was just like within the last month. Damn, it might have been last month. Or December. Let me just double check it. Let me get more music going while I'm looking. No, because I do think the article was really, like, kind of good. Yeah, and we're already at January here. It was before that, so it must have been December. If we go back through December and we don't find it, then it's just gone. I don't think it was the Grifters Believers one. Damn, it must have been farther back than that, or I just must have missed it in my scan here. Yeah, no, this was a good article, but no, that wasn't it. And okay, so sure, I'll allow the comment, but yeah, let me read it. Connected through LinkedIn, almost like partners on the project, currently unemployed, working on your own project to explore new frameworks. Haven't tried before, although you only have 4 years of front end experience from a startup. Believe that taking on this challenge will be valuable technical learning opportunity. When you considered it, you thought, why not give it a shot? The reason why not to give it a shot is, do you guys have a contract in place? Who owns the code? Who owns the work? Right? Nah, man. Protect yourself. Like, your time is valuable. You could be building something of your own instead. If you don't have a contract in place over ownership, you don't own it. You shouldn't have even allowed him to send you the code without a contract in place. I would walk away from the project completely at that point. There are plenty of reasons not to give it a shot. The main reason is an ephemeral business relationship. But yeah, man, I wish I had found that article. That was a good one. All right, so it does seem like if a new login request is done, we need to invalidate the old one. All right, so Magic Link exists. You go to log in a second time. The first one gets deleted. So then for this logic, right, if we don't have a rate limit, we create the rate limit. If we do have a rate limit and it's greater than the rate limit count, we pretend we're sending it. If it's not over the count, yeah, sorry, Zeeg. I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying you don't go forward with this person, but you need to establish like a working like contract and expectation of what's done and ownership over what's created. Like all this stuff needs to be written down and signed off on by both of you. Without that, you shouldn't do any work. If you care about ownership and you care about profiting off the work you made. If you don't care and you just want to give it away for free, then go for it. But I think you probably have better stuff to do with your time. I wouldn't put it off. We might be in an ad, so I'll just wait a minute. Let me know if you're not in an ad right now. Okay, so the ad should be done. But yeah, I would not put off bringing this up. I would message them as soon as possible because bringing it up, like waiting to bring it up, could make it feel like you wasted their time before you meet. Like, why would why would he spend all the time to go and meet up if you guys can't align on ownership, etc., right? And I would really point out that just because he built it in V0 doesn't mean that he actually gave you usable code. You're probably going to end up wanting to rebuild it from scratch. At which point, the ownership should probably not be 50-50. But that's up to you. You decide about ownership and all that. This is not financial advice. My guess is he's going to think, well, I came up with the idea and I made the prototype, so obviously I should get the majority share. I'd walk away from that project so fast. It would hint that he doesn't actually value what you do. But he should, because if he could launch the product without you, he'd have already done that. That's the whole problem with V0 and the AI slop that it generates. It'll generate all sorts of really cool stuff that works until you actually need to change it. And then good luck. All right, so yes, we update the rate limit count, and then we just go create a new magic link code. I think that was the one fix. I think that's it. So now we need to verify that. So we go log out. I almost want to add another thing for the front end. I think we're good there. All right, so now let's just try again. All right, so first we should try this one, because that one should no longer work. Yep. And what up, Paclara? How should I say your name? Can I just say Pack? Does Pack work? Would Pakla be better? Just let me know how you want it pronounced and I'll try it. All right, so that link did work. Nice. All right, so that was our fix for that. I think that was the right move. Pack is fine? All right. Well, I mean, is it Pack or Pac? I can say either one. All right, like Pac, like Tupac. I'm guessing Pack. Sorry, just had to double check a work thing. Okay, so I would say we knocked out that task. All right, so now we need to get like the dashboard page. Like the main overview page. That one's going to actually be a bit heavier as a task compared to like the other stuff we've done today. Oh, hold on. Yeah, so this is a fix. The fix is invalidate previous magic link codes or magic links when new login. All right, so the dashboard API, that's this page right here. We haven't really touched it since getting the quotas and balances going. If we were to go look at an existing quota, I guess that's not direct. Nope. All right, we're good. So what I'm thinking is we do just the utilization graph. What about for balances? We don't have any payment data for today. Or this month. But we probably want to like do a graph for that stuff. And hold on, this is a longer message. 1 second. What's the easiest way to embed something like JSX in the most minimal way with custom config and embeddable in a single page web app? Key point is to be able to use self-enclosing tags at will for standard tags that normally require open close, and the ability what? When you say bin 64, do you mean base 64? Yeah, I don't know, man. I still don't think I understand the use case. Like, what are you trying to do from a higher level? Right? This is one of those XY problems. What? Yeah, exactly. What? Sounds to me like you just have to write your own parser at that point. So why not XML? XML allows self-closing tags. When you burn your gums like you bit into a hot pocket too early or something. Yeah, no, those are rough. I'm really bad at that. I do it all the time. Yeah, hot pockets, man. It is not false advertising. Latka. Latka. Is that potato based? Or am I thinking of pierogi? Oh, it is a potato pancake. Yep, okay. I believe it's Latka that way. Oh, latke with an E. I've never actually had latke before. Oh, it basically just looks like hash brown, but you grind it more. Is that it? Okay. So you're going with more of like a mashed potato based thing instead of like shredded potato? Or is it shredded? It does look a little shredded in this. Okay, so it's not necessarily like exact. Okay. So you go full on mashed potato with yours and then add egg and parmesan. Okay. I would probably personally opt for a different cheese, but you know, to each their own. I don't think cheddar would be the right move either, though. I almost feel like Munster. I feel like Munster would be good. Yeah, so Colby is basically just a mixture of cheddar and Munster, isn't it? See, I could see that. Uh, Cheddar and Jack is Cheddar Jack. Colby, I believe, is Munster and Cheddar. So then Colby Jack is the combo of all three. Because you can have Colby without the Jack part. Oh, never mind. I guess Colby is its own specific thing. I get nope, my bad. Shit. No, you're right. Yeah, my bad. My bad. No, you're totally right. I didn't realize Colby was its own kind of cheese. Huh. Why don't they just call it Cheddar Munster? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, my bad. I had that wrong for ages. Chunster. That sounds gross. That sounds pretty gross. But yeah, Peck. Yeah, to me it sounds like your own custom parser. What I would really do is yeah, no, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure how to solve that. I'm just curious why not just use XML? You can still define your own tags and all that. Because if you do use XML, then the parsing of it is native to the browser, because there is the XML parser right there in the browser. It may involve a combination of some like using XML to break it down into its parts and then parsing those parts and doing something special while you do it, which would then basically be your own parser, but it'd be like an extension rather than something totally custom. All right, so back to what we're doing. We do have to think about what goes into that page. So this overview page is really what we care the most about. Web3 GL? Not specifically. I do remember all the hype around Web3. Oh, you were the one trying to like meet or do a video conferencing or something. Yeah. I was really skeptical. Yeah, Pack, that sounds like you're gonna have to write that yourself. Yeah, no worries. All right, so my main thought at the moment is on the overview page, do we want to show the payments transaction stuff? We kind of need to actually brainstorm what goes on this page. You didn't even tell us what the project was, Web3GL. You were really vague about it. And I simply said, I am not interested whatsoever if you can't actually tell us. And what are you talking about with dick suck? Can we recognize that those stars could be replaced into what I just said instead of what I think you meant with DeepSeek? Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Sergeant Pepper. Like a Frisian? What the hell is a Frisian? I don't know, Web3, you still seem like you're trolling, man. I'm over it, right? Yes, you were here 5 months ago, and I was already tired of you then. I'm even more tired of you now. Yeah, goodbye. Jesus. No, thank you. No means no. All right. If you're actually from DeepSeek, oh, you mean the thing that can't maintain uptime? So whoever you did hire sucks. Good luck. All right. So hold on. Someone did have one other question. Wait, someone asked about how I do API or backend or something, right? Infrastructure. Am I just not seeing it? Maybe I just hallucinated that part? Oh, there we go. By the way, what practices do I use to define the infrastructure of a solution? I build most of my backends with Architect these days. You mean the name Waltr? Because it doesn't matter. It started out as like Waltr, right? So then we just did the Web 2.0 thing of removing a vowel. A few vowels. I am fully prepared to pivot the name. I don't care that much. What's in a name? Would a rose by any other name still smell as sweet? The answer is yes. All right, so we do need to keep thinking about what needs to go on this page, right? We probably need a metric for like new accounts created. Right? So like a graph of new accounts over time. What do we think a good time frame for just a general overview page is? We should probably let the time frame be configurable, right? Ignore the word quotas on this page. So we probably want to show accounts created over time. Default is per month. We probably want to have the option for the last 7 days as well. What do you mean? Where'd you even see that? That's just some standard formatting. I don't care. I don't give a shit. I'm not even sure what function we're using to do that. It doesn't matter. So my thought for the MVP is we don't let it be configurable. Right? So we need to pick the time frame that matters the most. Is it the last 7 days, the last 30 days, or the last 90 days? Even last 24 hours would make sense within a context. But for the MVP, we need to just pick one. So maybe we put it to a vote. All right, this is about just getting an MVP out. All right, so we'll start that poll. You guys get your votes in. Let me know what you prefer. I'm going to go rotate the pork real quick because I'm going to be having chow mein tonight. All right, what's the voting looking like so far? Looks like we got 3 votes for the last 30 days. We got 1 for the last 7 and 1 for the last 90. And get your votes in. Come on. Let me know. I'm really curious, actually. Oh, we got a tie for the last 7 days and the last 30 days. We need a tiebreaker. Come on. Oh, I'm going to have to flip a coin. Do I even have a coin to flip? Who has a coin these days? Shit. Who even has a coin these days? You can always get the current song that's playing by doing the song command. If you do playlist, you can get a link to my Bandcamp where this album is there, but I've got a bunch of albums there, so it's not all synthwave like this. It does vary a little bit. I know, we almost need a bot for the song command. That was the last song on the album. So we should get another album going. And I think synthwave belongs in a museum, Junior. I'd say 7 days or 30 days. That is, yeah, that is toggle bit in the middle. Nice. Hmm. Alhamzi, thank you for the follow. Welcome. All right, so I think 7 days works. This is about a quick overview. So basically, if we go to quotas, right, and we click into one, quotas is the wrong one. Let's look at balances. In balances, right, we track payments and transactions together. We're doing today and this month. I almost want to create like another function to generate payments and transactions. Yeah, let's do that. I think because we need data to visualize anyway. And I don't want to have to rescaffold the entire database. All right, so generate balance events. We'll grab all the BS. We don't need that or that. All right, so now we need to go into here. We've got the dev endpoint. That endpoint gets generated. And it's crazy to me how many like other language streams there are. Right? There's like a big Spanish stream right now. There's a big Portuguese stream right now. It's really cool. Right? Like in this category. It used to be they all used to just lurk like these channels. All right, so yeah, what we need to do in this endpoint, we need const business ID does not matter. Yeah, let's get rid of that. Yeah, I feel like it's been more than just the last 2 years. But yeah, no, I get you. It is, yeah, it's just cool. And what's up, Kyle? Nope. Son of Leslie? Nope. Sorry, bad joke. You probably get that all the time. I'm sorry. Yeah. So today, I guess you're not gonna see it. I really need to set up commands for YouTube. But yeah. So we knocked out the API key management on Tuesday. We didn't expect to finish that so soon. Today we had some bugs to fix, and we knocked out a bunch of bug fixes, UI fixes, and like low hanging fruit. And now we're moving on to tackling the overview page. So number one, we probably want to fix that flash of unstyled content, which is showing just, that banner. And then on this page, we're trying to figure out what we want to do data-wise. But we discovered that I probably need to generate a bunch of events for all of the balances that we have. That way we can actually populate graphs and see something on those pages. So yeah, the overview is the main thing we're doing, but right now, at the moment, we are... Oh, I needed with tables. That's right. Right now, we're just building out another scaffolding endpoint so that we can populate data that we can put into tables. Yeah, no worries, Bones. Thanks for the chill. And Kyle, you just dropped in and now you're leaving again? All right. Cool, man. I just spent all that time explaining what we're doing and you're taking off already? Questionable. And that's fine. You can always leave me on as background noise. All right, so we bring in all those tables. We don't need to worry too much about making this that performant. So we're just going to hack it out this way. I mean, maybe Einsenheim. I don't know. I think that shit's fine. No thing. That's no big deal at all. What do people normally say? Einsenheim? So they'll pronounce the first part like an I, but not the last part? If anything, it should be Einsenheim, if they want to be consistent about it. Einsenheim? That's even worse. Ienzihim. Ienzenhim. There you go. I can do it worse. That one hurt me to say, so don't worry about it. You're good. Home of the ones? All right, so what would be home of the zeros? Because obviously that's your mortal enemy, right? German is literal. German's always literal. All right, so then it would be Nullenheim. Okay. To turn an old phone into a Ring camera. Sure, sounds fun. Okay. You done been lied to. I don't know. I'm just kidding. $17 years worth of years. That's a lot of years worth of years. Right? We always hear about the duration of dog years, but what about years? Oof. Yeah, those are long. So here's something. We could just grab the first business and simplify this a bit. Damn, is it listening to my mic? We don't want to do it just for the first balance, though. We want to do it for all balances. So then this is, oh wait, promise.all. All right, so here we're creating an array. of 100. We got to fill it with something. And then, yeah, we're probably not going to use index. Oh, we got to do it per account. Yes, this gets a little heavier. All right, so we get all the accounts. We're going to have more accounts than balances. I guess the order in which we do these doesn't matter. We don't need to do that per account, though. So we can just fetch all of those. And then for each account, we can create. Hold on. Yeah. In German, is there actually like 3 conjugations that you can do based upon gendering words? Uh, Interesting. Yeah, I think in Spanish. In Spanish, is it only 3, or is it technically 4 because you can do like the multiple, right? So it'd be like male conjugation, female conjugation, multiple male conjugation, multiple female conjugation. Like, so the we. Or I guess, is we just. There's also instead. Oh, yeah, there's a bunch of them. So I think we is actually just everyone, right? So it's four of them. So the nosotros vosotros, that's actually just based upon like the usted, like usted, sorry, like with respect or without respect, right? So there's male, female, I think usted, and then ustedes, right? So there's four. I'm trying to remember now. It's been a while. Is it shamanic? I always thought we they was actually like non-specific. Nah, you're right. You're right. Damn, yeah, it's been a long time. I haven't taken Spanish in years. 22 of them to be exact. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, good call. I was mixing that up. Let me get more music going though. Okay. Yeah, words are bullshit anyway. It's like words are made up or something. All right, so back to what we're doing. And yeah, the promise of the or the performance of this really isn't that impactful. This is a dev function just so we can populate the database with the data we need. And yeah, this is getting like needlessly verbose. There it was. Okay. All right, so let's actually say this out loud to make sure that we're doing actually what we wanted. Okay, this seems actually totally broken. Yeah, so I think this actually exposed a major bug we have that we weren't exposing elsewhere. And that's that creating a new balance is not tied to an account, but it should be. Now I need to look at that. So yeah, post quota usage, post quota adjustment takes in account ID. What about balance? All right, so account ID is part of the post endpoint. Wait, what are you talking about, Peck? Oh, wait, so payments. Oh, shit. No, I think I know what's going on. I fucked up. No. It's over in this. Right. Balance payments table. We're doing businesses key map. That isn't even close to right. Yeah, we're doing the wrong key map. Yep. So that's where our lack of type safety is getting us. And then, yeah, we definitely have a quaternary now. Yep. Yeah, so we're using the wrong key function, which means the rest should actually be pretty good. Balance that. There it is. All right, so we do that. Then payments here, same idea. Okay. Now, this is all part of that 100 fill. Okay, let me read your comment. I just need to get that out. What about offers for opening accounts? You need to have an indexed account preemptively created for that to be subscribed to for potential customers because these need to be limited. I don't understand what you're talking about. think you just misunderstand what we're trying to do. Accounts are something that the consumer of my application creates on their end. So as an example, if Vercel was my customer, Vercel's customers would be an account. When they create a new user on their end, they create an account on my end. That's it. It's that simple. And I do not want to limit how many accounts they can create. I only want to bill them based upon the amount of active accounts that they have. That makes sense? Did I not explain it well? I don't know. I don't like putting a number on it. Damn, it's already 6, huh? All right, so date.now is actually wrong. Yeah, exactly. That actually seems pretty good. And it doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be like so realistic that it matters. All right, so then for the transaction, sure. I feel like this is good to go. All right, this is just for like fixture data. We may have to like refresh the whole database after this part. Businesses there matters. Yeah, I guess this. Yeah. That is the only, like, not the only, but one of the few queries we're gonna have for like everything. Eventually, I'm gonna need to have some way of creating like a dashboard for myself rather than just the dashboard that we see here. And that is definitely where, if we were using SQL, a lot of this stuff would be like easy because it's just built in. Like, it's just we change the query. For a lot of this other stuff, we might still be okay. Yeah, part of like the stretch goals, right? Like way later down the line. All right, so yeah, let's test out the endpoint. Barely. I'm very familiar with WordPress. Nah, this is like an admin dashboard that's just over top of that. So not the same thing at all. I can understand how there's similarities, but nah, it's just not the same. Ooh, the show and tell meeting tomorrow is going to be kept to a svelte 30 minutes. Nice. I like the sound of that. And yeah, what am I got to double check what I got for meetings tomorrow. All right, so I got one at 9:30 a.m. I got another one that's been missed on a regular basis, so I don't mind missing it, but should probably check it out. Got my one-on-one with my boss, and that one meeting that they're going to tentatively cap at 30 minutes, but we'll see how that actually goes. So yeah, tomorrow should be a pretty chill day. I've got to start scaffolding out a blog post for work. And the blog post will basically become a video. I'd like to release them both at the same time, but we'll see. The post is about how we migrated GKD, right, the Git Kraken desktop, from Flow to TypeScript. It'll probably be like a 10-minute video, but it might be closer to like 20. I don't know. We'll see. I love the fact that basically I did this interview with someone about it, right? Like the person who led or spearheaded the entire thing. I did the interview with them over a month ago. But I just haven't been able to prioritize writing the post or building the content because it wasn't like official. And I have like other official stuff I need to knock out first, which I've done. But yeah, like building out the blog post, or at least an outline or a draft for it, will be pretty easy. And then once I have that, like building out the video for it will be pretty easy. Anyone here looked at Civ 7 yet? I actually see the streamer that I started watching on Twitch streaming it, which is kind of crazy. Right? Machine Gunner USMC. He used to play a bunch of Warwick and like sometimes Singed in League of Legends, like back in like 2013, 2014. Like, how old is my account? I basically created an account to lurk his stream and hang out. How old is my account? 2014. Yeah, it's 2014. That's a long time. So I've been following that dude for 10 years. Wow. Oh, and hey, I just realized 44 minutes ago someone subbed and they didn't even let us know. Thank you, I appreciate it. It's a bit of a bummer seeing like the sub number just like dwindle. And that's probably my fault. But that's actually like a global Twitch concern as well. Like sub numbers are just decreasing on a regular basis, which is interesting. The economy, right? But I don't do anything to incentivize subs, so that's on me. Whoever did sub without getting anything in return, I appreciate you. Thank you. All right, so we need to test this new generate balance script that we created. Oh, I don't know. I feel like it was getting old. I could turn it back on. I think it was a lot. I think it was fun while it lasted, but I don't know. Were you guys like actually into it, or were you getting bored of it too? I think an even better evolution of it would be to have it generate the audio and then do some like generation that creates like a short clip of it. I don't think it. I don't know about that, Orange Knight. I don't know. We were getting a lot of like subs at the time, but those were a lot of like gifted subs, and I think those people would have gifted those subs anyway. I don't think people were gifting just to hear the bot. But I do think it would be cool to build up, like, create a video of it, add the chat, like, voice to the video, and then have it be, like, downloadable for the user over a period of time. So they can download it and share it on social media or something. I don't know. I think that would be, like, the good evolution of that project. That actually would have been a good thing for the hackathon, for the Twitch hackathon. So yeah, what I'm thinking is maybe we just keep that on the back burner. I can always turn it back on if y'all want to hear it. Like, you know, whoever did just recently sub, if you want to hear your thing as a superhero, I can turn it on. That's easy. But I think, yeah, eventually turning it into like a product that streamers could use would be kind of fun for a hackathon. Any recommendations for pre-built gaming PCs? You haven't bought one in like 10 years, and it is time. Just not sure what are some good vendors. I have no idea. I don't know any specific vendors. I was going to say, like, check your local Costco and, like, try and see if you can get, like, the floor model cheap. I went and looked at my local Costco, and they don't even sell PCs anymore. I think they might have had one, but I think that one PC was actually just to like showcase monitors. So yeah, I don't think my local Costco even sells like pre-builts. And often like the pre-builts you would get from Costco still needed some work. Like you'd probably want to max out the RAM more, and you'd probably want to upgrade the power supply. I haven't done a pre-built myself ever. Like Sergeant Pepper, I just did some PC surgery last night. I swapped out the CPU. Upgraded from an i5 8400 to an i9 9900. And I doubled the performance of Path of Exile. So I'm getting like a solid 70 frames a second. It dips down to 60 here and there, which is amazing. But then also, dude, some of these things I was like loading into, like loading into maps on Path of Exile was like, okay, I'm loading in. It's like 30 seconds or something. I gotta wait. Now it's like instant. And same thing with Kingdom Come Deliverance. Like I'm like loading into the game like instantly. So yeah, CPU upgrade, nailing it. Like man, so good. So happy I did that. Right? Because yeah, like a brand new PC right now will run you easily $3 or $4 grand if you want to get something that'll last you a while. Meanwhile, I'm pretty sure what I got will last me a while, especially with this upgrade. So it was like, I've had the PC since like 2018, maybe 2019. I feel like 2018. Definitely 2018. Yep. Because I originally bought my gaming PC as like my stream PC, which was just a mistake. Like I was gaming and streaming from the same machine, and that fucking sucked. So I eventually just got a dedicated stream PC and then just used the one with the 1080 in it as my gaming PC. So I've had it since 2018 at least. And I've added some extra storage, and I just upgraded the CPU. So yeah, I might have spent like $2,000, maybe 25 hundo back in 2018. And upgrade wise, I put maybe 600 into it. I'm okay with that. It's pretty damn good. The 1080 GTX. Dude. I'm curious if I'm going to get another like 3 years out of it. Because that would be a decade graphics card. That's insane, right? So we'll see how games actually like adapt eventually. Thing is, I could also just upgrade the graphics card. Because that interface is fine. So we'll see when I start getting like CPU bottlenecked again. That'll be the tricky bit. But yeah, once I feel like I'm GPU bottlenecked, I can just upgrade the GPU and call that good. And then finally, when I'm CPU bottlenecked again, that's when I got to do a full machine upgrade. You don't gotta lie. It's all right. This is a good, like 6 months of work. I did trim it up last night, though, which I'm pretty proud of. All right, so this is a new album. I haven't played this one before, I don't think. We'll give it a shot, see if we like it. But yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. My dad had a mustache my entire childhood, so I wanted to try it. But I got my mom's hair, and basically nobody on my mom's side can actually grow like any legit facial hair. And damn, no, this is good. I might have to buy this album. Ooh, here's the description of this album. Cyber Heat is a cinematic journey through a retro future filled with cocaine, android love stories, car chases, cybernetic police, and digitized cults. It's a tragic, high-energy drama packed with plenty of synth action. It looks suited for me? Dude, I haven't been able to grow a mustache until recently. Like, I've tried it within the past couple years. It's finally actually getting good. I'm 40. So I spent my entire 20s and the vast majority of my 30s not being able to do anything with facial hair. Like this right here, this is pathetic. This right here, this is pathetic. This right here, I haven't shaved in 2 or 3 months. It's baby smooth. It's got that peach fuzz. So yeah, facial hair is not something that runs in my family. Brave men run in my family. Yeah, no. So here's the thing. It can get thicker. At 25, I couldn't do anything. Dude, it was bad. It was pathetic. At 25, I didn't need to shave for like a week. It was fine. So, yeah, you got plenty of time. Nah, you don't need to keep growing it out. You don't need to like it's not going to get magically thicker by just like trimming it and letting it grow. At some point, like, you might be able to do it, but daily sip of cold pressed olive oil if you want to force the facial hair. I don't believe any of those wives' tales. I don't believe that whatsoever. I'm sorry, that sounds like some major bullshit. Oh, gotcha. You're 25, got you super thin hair on your head. That has nothing to do with it. Honestly, that just means you got more testosterone than most. Right? Testosterone is what makes male pattern balding happen. People with a full head of hair should probably get some testosterone replacement therapy. And I'm just bullshitting. There's all sorts of factors. But yes, male pattern baldness is related somewhat to testosterone. All right, so yeah, let's hit up this endpoint. I know. We take my sweet time, don't we? Are you asking about the project in general? That would be my guess, since you're new to stream. Ah, shit. Well, shit. 500, sad panda. All right, sad panda. What failed? Cannot read properties of undefined business ID. Hold on. No, I think I know it. So when we're creating a new business, it's all is like all, not an empty string. I'm pretty sure that's the bug. All right, so that's a bummer. Yeah, if we go look at what we got in here. I mean, it's only 6:40 p.m. there, Hunar. It's not that late. I like how you said still live, though, because some people say still alive. So Peck, 3:40 a.m. basically for you? You had a 7-hour train ride? Yeah, no worries. Have a good night. We'll see you again soon. No, it's been a long stream. No, I get it there, Hunar. Honestly, like, it hasn't been that long. 6.5 hours total on YouTube. What? 5.5? I don't know. It doesn't say. Yeah, I don't get it to... Oh, there it is. No. We're at like just barely 5 hours? Shit. Come on. 5 hours ain't nothing. I did have someone comment on that in a job interview because they kind of know me from streaming. They commented that they have a hard time going 2 hours. They don't know how I do it so long. You know how I do it so long? Because I don't feel stressed about getting shit done. Shit gets done as we do it. Right? We can have fun, we can chat, we can chill, and there's no shortage of stuff that I gotta do. So there's always something else to do. I think that's a big problem that people have with streaming in general. They don't work on projects with a large enough scope that they've always got something they can do. They work on something small enough and then, well, now what do we do? Nah, I got too much shit to do. And also I got a Trello board full of just way too many ideas. Like way too many ideas. Look at how deep the short list goes. The short list isn't even short. The open source list is even longer. Business viable. Too much. Right? Like I got too much shit to do, man. What, all the things that I want to work on? You don't have to work on any of them. No, it's just I have a list of things I can do if I decide to do it. You should have a list like that. I'm willing to bet money, Hunar, that you have at least sometimes thought to maybe ask the question, how do I come up with ideas of projects to work on? You never try and come up with an idea in the moment. Ideas come to you all the time. I'm willing to bet money. You have ideas all the time. You're not writing them down the moment you have them. No, that was just an idea board. That's just an idea of stuff I could work on. That's not the tasks I have to do. My main point is if you have ever a moment where you're like, man, I don't know what to work on, you've been fucking up because you'll never come up with something to work on in the moment that you need it. You have to record the ideas when the inspiration strikes, and then later you can just pluck from that list. That's fine. As long as you write them down within the 10 minutes or so that you got where they're still fresh, you're good to go. It doesn't matter. I get it, a ray of hope. You'll never know enough. Learning on stream is the only way. And no one's expecting you to be the expert. All right, so yeah, they have ideas but feel like they aren't confident enough. I mean, yeah, you can't teach confidence. You can't buy confidence. You can maybe drink confidence. Wait. Wait, which trolls are you thinking? And you don't have to mention the name now. Like, wait, I wasn't. Are you talking about like the late night streamer that doesn't stream anymore? You mean the guy that burnt out? Couldn't keep it up? You need streamer Viagra. I'm trying to remember his name. I almost forgot about him. Oh, no, no. Their name actually starts with S, which is why you threw me for a loop there. But yes, I know what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, A Ray of Hope. I wasn't aware that you knew of that streamer. Okay. Shit. Do they still stream? I thought they burned out ages ago. Yeah, I haven't seen them in like over a year. But yes, they did have like the most toxic chat ever. Is that how you discovered my stream? Them talking shit? Are they a discoverability engine for me? Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, it's crazy how often I would come up in their chat. Like, man, it's nice having people have a crush on you. It's just a little weird when they take it too far. It's just misplaced emotions, man. It's these baby blue eyes, isn't it? Expected me to do better. Yeah, that's funny. I'm consuming 60% of my RAM. The tabs I don't think are the big thing. I think Firefox is probably the big one. Orb Stack's chewing up a chunk. Firefox is definitely chewing up a chunk. Anyone in general, even that streamer. Yeah, no, no, no. Like, dude, those people are never satisfied. Those trolls, like, nah. It's just misplaced emotion. They're probably really upset at something in their own life. Oh, you know what? Yeah, this actually isn't that much. Oh, absolutely, Bellend. Yes, it's definitely happened. I'm not proud of it, not happy about it, but it has happened. I think luckily only a few people saw it. Nah. I mean, it's nothing lewd. It's just kind of gross. Interesting. My shoulder dislocating? No, I was intentionally live at that point. Now I'll admit it. I pick my nose from time to time. I want to be able to breathe, man. Yeah, exactly. Like, who doesn't? Honestly, it's one of those things that everybody does, but no one wants to admit to. Speaking of crusties in the nose, this song is titled Cocaine King. That's just kind of funny. There you go, Einstein. Yeah. Oh, I didn't even hear the words. I didn't even hear the words to the song. No, I get it, Einsteinheim. It's still embarrassing. But Smexy, what's in the cup? What's in the cup? I know. How dare I, Hunar? Just the worst. Yep. Let the record show. But no, so this is whiskey, water. I would normally do lemonade mix or something, but I don't have any more lemonade mix right now, and I should probably cut down on the sugar intake. Now, I'm actually like almost like OCD. I don't like throwing that term around. I am obsessive about making sure I can breathe right. Especially like because when I was snowboarding back in the day, like there was often like a face mask or something. So being able to breathe through the nose is like incredibly important. Anything restricting that means I'm not getting enough oxygen, you know? So I am somewhat obsessive. Sorry for misusing the term OCD there. Yeah, whiskey with water. It's something that you can sip on. Whereas, like, sipping on a whiskey, it becomes real easy to take a bigger sip than you wanted. Like, a big thing snowboarding is actually like, dude, I can snot rocket like the best of them. Ooh, buddy, right? The golfer's blow or whatever. Like, I could hit a target with a snot rocket in sometimes. Not all the time, but man, right? Just plug and shoot it. Pinpoint accuracy. Because, yeah, like the sinuses go crazy while snowboarding. It's like, it's really gnarly. So it's a bad habit I've picked up. Is what it is. I know. Only human. Yeah, exactly, Hunar. It's way too easy to overdo it drinking straight whiskey. I will sometimes drink straight whiskey at a bar, but ask them to pour me like a tall Coca-Cola. That way I can take a sip of the whiskey and then just like, you know, take large sips of the Coca-Cola. It just depends. I don't know. If it's a bar where I know the bartenders, I'll typically ask for the whiskey straight because I know they'll like pour me heavy. And then I'll just get like a tall Coke to go with it. I also do the same thing at a bar where I don't trust them to give me a good pour as well. So that's kind of a thing too. I pretty much only get a mixed whiskey and Coke if I don't feel like, if I'm like up and about, if I'm like walking around. If I'm sitting at the bar, nah, I want them in separate glasses and chilling. I think that's actually my main criteria. Because it's a pain in the ass double fisting, you know? Even if one of them's just Coca-Cola. All right, but we got to think about how we adapt this. Yeah, I mean, that's at a bar that you don't normally go to. I don't tend to actually go to a lot of those kind of bars. And I'll often just close out immediately anyway. I'll only open a tab at a bar that I've been to before and the bartender knows me. I'm not a big fan of opening a tab because I could wander out at any point. Wherever the wind takes me, you know? Not like I tip really well, actually, Einstein. I tip pretty damn well. I used to work food service, so there's like an empathy factor there. Like I've been a dishwasher, a busser, a server, banquet bartender, even. Like I've worked enough food service that no, I tip well. I feel bad about only 20%. I'll usually tip more than that. Right? Like if you gave me shit service, you're only getting 20%. Right? And like even then 20% is good, but you could have had more. Like on your stream or something? Oh, and hold on, Hunar, let me read your comment. Used to do 3 shots with a full can of Diet Pepsi while programming, and when the drink was over, the session was over, you would last a good 3 to 5 hours. So hold on, wait, like 3 shots, like bam, bam, bam? Or just 3 shots over the course of 3 to 5 hours? Because 3 shots, bam, 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 I'm taking a nap in a half hour. Like, oh man, I'm out. Okay, mixed in with the Pepsi. Got it, got it. There you go. Someone ripped one heavy. It happens. That's another one of those things, like, everybody farts. They just better be happy there isn't smell-o-vision. There you go. Just recognize that Sony has a patent on smell-o-vision. That sounds terrifying to me. Could you imagine? Like, dude, Asmongold would lose all his viewers in an hour. Onto a different stream. Not only are his opinions shitty, the dude probably just smells literally like shit. Right? You ever been behind someone at the post office who's like in their 70s or 80s? And it smells like death? Dude, Asmon probably smells like that. And I mean literally death, like decaying flesh. Right? Like some like folded over fat flap is just rotting away. Right? You ever not showered for like a week? I have as a snowboard bum. And that smell that you get like right behind your ear, like you scratch there, and then that's what I'm talking about. Asmon probably smells like that all over. When I used to live in a van, yeah, there was sometimes an entire week. It's not pretty. It's not ideal. I wouldn't recommend it. Because you can always do the horse bath of going in, like, pits, right? Get like a washcloth, go into like any public bathroom, washcloth yourself. But you never get behind the ears. You always forget it until you remind yourself in the worst way. Living out of a van sounds nice until you've done it. Let me just warn you real quick. Fruity Pebbles? No, definitely not. No, I'm sorry. No, there is a far worse smell there. Nah, so much worse than that. I do always like wonder like what the hell was it in Golden Crisp or Smacks, right? Basically the same thing. What the hell was it in that that made your urine smell so bad? What the hell was it? Right? Smacks with like the frog on the label, or Golden Crisp that had like the, I don't even know what he was. Was he an otter? Was he a chipmunk? I don't know what he was. Right? Not Cookie Crisp, not Golden Grams, Golden Crisp. Totally different thing. Basically, it was like the whole like oat coated in like sugar something or other. The worst smelling pee you've ever had. I don't know what it was. I had to stop eating it. But that was definitely one of those cereals where like you didn't even need the milk. You just eat it straight out of the box. Yeah, just puffed oats. Anyway, I know we're getting gross here. I'm sorry. Sometimes it happens. Whatever. But yeah, businesses all, and I think I actually want to update the way we create these things. So yeah, like any place that we're doing the all, it should be the string all. Yeah, it should definitely be the string all. We only do the all for one thing, and it's for when we create a business. We do the balance events thing. Wow, yeah. Businesses is the only time we actually do all. Huh. Okay. So that makes it easy. It's just all. And then we save. Voila. And then, will it blend? Oh, like a glove, maybe? So we were actually able to fetch the business, which nails it, right? Like, okay, we got the business name Acme 2. Sure, because we've renamed it since. I question our script for this generation. So the get all makes sense to me. The business makes sense to me. Like that part's working. We get all the balances and we get all the accounts. That seems way too quick. We didn't get any accounts. Well, no, that would be it. And the fact that we actually had it right, it was just the wrong ID there. Damn. Yeah, we even had tertiary key there. Well, shucks. And that is definitely taking longer. All right, so while that runs, let me go use the restroom and I'll be right back. Let me just go flip the pork one more time. BRB. It is 7 o'clock. This is still running. That is a good sign, actually. If we go look, we can see all this stuff getting created. Kind of expected. That's a lot of accounts. I would have kind of expected this to finish by now. Okay, there it is. And it didn't time out or throw an error. Perfect. All right, so now if we refresh this. Shit. Really? Really? All right, so we got some bug here. The way we're calculating that's way wrong. All right, so that should at least give us something, but we could probably scope it to a better time frame, right? Like we could make it within the past week. Rather than just spread out over the entire time that the account has existed. Which means we probably need to bring in some day.js and do some arithmetic there. We'll let this run though, and we should at least see something, right? It's not going to be like as spread as we liked it. If we do it over the past like 7 days, we should be good. We do currently have this thing. Oh, and I need to just let it run. We're overloading the local database here. Yeah. Need to just let that happen. And yeah, I feel like... do I have a coin to flip? Come on, where's that Bob Ross coin? Or not Bob Ross, Bob Barker. There it is. Have y'all seen this? Hold up. There's a better view of it on my Blue Sky. Here it is. The price is wrong, bitch. You want to know the craziest part? I found this on a golf course. Like within a couple days. I don't think it was like the day, but it was like either the day before or day after, maybe like 2 days after, Bob Barker passed away. When I say that, people don't believe me. They think I'm making shit up. I'm like, no. That's just how serendipitous my life is, okay? I was golfing with Bedtime Bear, right? One of our mods and viewers. I don't necessarily want to dox his real name. I was golfing with him and Colin from Zod, who goes by Colin Hex, so it's really obvious, at the par 3 course over in Interbay in Seattle. Found it on the ground, like, seriously, like either the day or within 2 days of Bob Barker passing away. I kind of cherish this thing. The price is wrong, bitch. Almost want to get like a hole drilled in it and make it a necklace. That'd be good, right? It's right there. So, okay. If it lands heads up, right? Price is wrong up. We do 7 days. If it lands heads down or tails up or whatever, like, you know, that side up, we'll do it. All right, so 7 days is heads up. 30 days is tails up. Oh, it fell on my hoodie as tails up. So we'll do 30 days. Problem solved. Oh, and Hunar, I just saw that. Time to go. Food time. Yeah, enjoy the food, man. That was just now. Okay, I didn't miss it by far. If you're still there, what food are you having? This is a foodie stream in disguise. I'll be cooking some chow mein tonight, which I kind of want to get to soon. All right, how we doing? Yep, that finished. Let's load it up. No data found. All right. So we'll do 30 days for that dashboard page. We're going to do 7 days for this, though. So math.random times dayjs.duration as milliseconds. Oh, and what we can do here is dayjs that okay, hold on. Milliseconds. Perfect. Okay. All right, so we should be able to see this. We should be able to get something in that graph. Otherwise, we got something totally wrong, and we'll have to start like doing like real like logging everything through the process. And that could be a good point to come back tomorrow. We'll see. Aww, someone has a really, really cool reply on the LinkedIn. Aww. I even logged into LinkedIn here. Signing me in. All right, go for it. I'm okay with it. Oh, okay, hold on. Is LinkedIn letting me know that some random login from some other IP address. Please verify my new address. Yeah, we're good. We got this. Let me go log it in. Because, yeah, no. I think LinkedIn is a hell of a lot cooler than Twitter at this point. I just continue to use Twitter and crawl it because that's where a bunch of people still are, but, man. Fuck Elon. Like, I canceled my subscription. That's all I can do. As a content creator, I still got to post where posts get seen. I really do think Blue Sky needs an algorithm. But some third party could build an algorithm. Or at least like an algorithm like website. So less people might actually browse Blue Sky directly, and then they just browse the thing. Oh, and I don't have LinkedIn through that one. It's this. So yeah, I don't know. I think that would actually be kind of cool. And I know someone's building an algorithm for it. Right? There's definitely some service that's doing it.
Now, wouldn't you like to
All right,
be
we're back.
a pepper too?
Hey. You know what? Yeah, Mylan seems cool. I feel bad that I just had a personal qualm about it. Like, they were in here. They were like, they wanted to hire me and everything. I think it was a lower salary than I would have liked, which was one big part. But also, I don't know. Nothing against other people that do this stuff. I don't think I would be proud of myself for creating what is basically like an NFT loot box. Like, I don't like loot boxes in general. It is really cool, though, that the way they've established it, if you pull something really good on Boxed, they'll actually, like, send you the actual thing you pulled. I think that's actually pretty legit. However, it's not something I could support, personally. Like, not something I would be okay with doing. But I wish them success. So yeah, real quick, let me just reply to this. Yeah. right? We got another Get Crackin' Software as a Team Sport episode, private screening, coming up in a couple weeks. It does look like it worked there. I had a bug with copying and pasting over to Blue Sky, so that was on me. But, yeah. Thanks. Right? I don't know. Hold on. Let's make sure. Am I talking myself out of a job? I feel like that was good, right? I'm stoked. Get cracking. Let me do this. Didn't take a lot of convincing, but still something that probably wouldn't have happened without my awesome boss agreeing and the rest of leadership. I feel like that's good. Like, I had to push for it, but it really did take like the company being like, yeah, run with it, man. And I like a company that just lets me run with things. Like, it's really cool. I was like, hey, let's start a Get Crackin' podcast. Fuck it. And they were into it. Like, dude, I love that shit. I'm stoked to be at the company I'm at. And it's also like a company where it makes sense to do a podcast like that. Like, it doesn't always make sense to do a podcast. All right, certain companies, like, you would be struggling to find guests pretty quick. Whereas, like, yeah, software as a team sport, as a podcast, like, thing, like, you can find anybody who's worked on a team ever. And, like, yeah, you could have a conversation with them. So, yeah, I'm stoked. I think that is a good, like, broad enough topic that we've only got a plan for 6 episodes so far, but I don't know. I feel like there's value we're getting from it. I'm not sure about the private screening thing. I'm sure there's some people that benefit from it. They get to like chat with us, chat with me live, like while the video is being screened. So if they have questions or anything, like there's value to that instead of just a YouTube video where it's a comment and maybe someone sees it. So I don't know. I think that's cool. All right, let's see. Will it blend? Son of a bitch. Will I be hiring people for Waltr? No, definitely not. Waltr is massively bootstrapped. The testing for Waltr will be me building something new, which we'll be doing here in just a couple weeks. Like, if I can knock out enough of the stuff in my notes. Now, keep in mind, when I say like a couple weeks, that is tentative because some of the stuff we got here is tough. right? So the feedback pre-MVP sweep, that one will be easy. We'll just go through the app and look for things where we're lacking some of the feedback of like, did you click a button and something's happening? Sure, we can check that. That'll be a quick sweep. The sandbox environment thing is going to be like an entire re-architecting of the back end, which is going to be tough. That's going to be actually like way tougher. Not like super tough, but tougher. Right, the loading spinners where needed is basically the feedback thing. Permissions into the UI, I think, is somewhat important. We might be able to punt that one a little bit. Fully testing the API with Dread and building out SDKs that way, that's going to be massively important. Update page title tags appropriately. We'll call that good. Yeah, we actually did that one today by accident because we needed it. Debug production build and figure out why the Mantine provider is not found. Yeah, that's like a front end weird bug. Fully set up email delivery. That's absolutely necessary for MVP. So we have some of these things that are larger tasks, and we're at least 2 weeks out because of those. Yeah, exactly. A happy little accident. No problem. So then from there, like, yeah, we got other stuff that I think is post-MVP. Like, longer term, this is post-MVP. Whereas this is the rest of, like, the pre-MVP stuff. The short term was just that, and I'll start bringing stuff from pre-MVP into short term. Caching and, like, right. Implement React query. I mean, I guess for the dashboard was right. Sure. We got a bunch of stuff we want to do. Like the longer term stuff we can wait on. But anything within pre-MVP has to get done before I can even attempt to like dog food it into something I'm going to build. And I've already got 2 projects that I think are a good fit for dog fooding. A dub.co clone or a FormSpree clone. And honestly, like, we could knock out both. Fuck it. You know, whatever. Because I think both of them are worth applying to the Cloudflare, like, incubator project. They have their own, like, workers incubator. So yeah, I may not be ready to apply to Y Combinator yet. I really want to. It's definitely a goal. I'm not relishing the idea of having to live down in San Fran. Like during the cohort. I could make it work. But the streaming would take a massive hit. I'm sure there's like some of the stuff I could bring, but like, I don't know, like leaving an apartment untouched for a while sounds kind of gnarly. But I don't feel like moving everything I own down to Cali just for the 3 months that the Y Combinator cohort would go. So I would actually like, for Waltr, I would apply to other incubators and other like VC funds before I do Y Combinator, I think. Just because I think I could do what I need to by just flying down for a couple days a week at a time. I think I can make that work. But I don't think Y Combinator would be stoked on that. But I think there are other incubators that would be okay with that. My goal would be to move somewhere way cheaper so I could bootstrap the fuck out of it. Or just like have like way lower operating expenses as like a founder. But man, yeah, like all this stuff is just living in the clouds. Who knows? I don't know anything about this stuff. As far as soliciting investors and VC, I'd probably have to fly to San Fran for that part, right? I know there are some like Seattle-based VCs, which could be worthwhile. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's tricky. Like, here's the interesting thing. Nang from Pair AI. They did the Y Combinator thing. They did it for their 3 months, and now he's back living in New York. No, I get that, GJ. What I'm talking about is like I would happily bootstrap Waltr while building out other businesses that prove Waltr as an idea, and then eventually I seek VC funding for Waltr. I think there are plenty of like indie hacker things I could launch that prove Waltr as an idea. And oh shit, I forgot to show this off. Oh man, it came in sometime in the last week. I went and picked it up. I don't know why my brain automatically was like, oh wait, yeah, if we're talking about like bootstrapping and cool ass like indie businesses, yeah. Yeah, I got a sponsored Coolify beanie. I believe that means I'm just cooler than you. Because, yeah, Andres is a super cool dude. Sponsored Coolify beanie, no big deal. I do need to break it in. Like, I got a big head. But yeah, I actually think like the indie hacker market would be a decent enough market to like hit up, right? I'd like to get Waltr as part of like an indie hacker like startup like kit or boilerplate. I think that would be a massive win. And I think there are some people that operate those things, and I just got to chat with them like, hey, what's it gonna take? And that's where VC funding would really kick in. And what's up, Aragorn? Maybe I grew the mustache, or maybe the mustache grew me. But no, yes, I think indie hackers, while not the best target market, and only because like indie hackers have to pinch pennies, if I can establish a good enough like free tier for them to become profitable with Waltr, then once they are profitable, as long as it makes sense to keep paying for Waltr, they keep doing so. So yeah, I would massively value some input from Andres and like all of that indie hacker community. I could even hit up levels, you know? I had a hangnail there. I fucking hate hangnails. So yeah, I don't know. I think there's a lot of like bootstrapping potential for Waltr. I think VC funding would go a long way towards like marketing budget type stuff, right? And I would really hesitate to invest any of my own dollars towards that budget, right? Like paying influencers, paying some SaaS kit to add me, etc. I would only consider those things if I had funding from elsewhere. But yeah, as you kind of put it, I mean, I wouldn't mind moving somewhere cheaper. The only problem is I need to move somewhere cheaper that has good internet so that I can keep streaming and has a mountain to snowboard at nearby. That really does kind of limit me. I don't think I could move anywhere near the Alps and live cheaply with good internet. But I could be wrong on that one. I need to get a passport first. Because, yeah, right now, living, like, dude, living an hour and a half to 2 hours away from the mountain is killing me. It's like such a thing to, like, force myself to wake up early enough to actually get up there. Even though Stevens Pass is my home mountain, if I want to live near Stevens Pass, I got to put up with shitty internet, which would impact streaming. And the rent isn't much better. So that's actually kind of a big problem for me. Whitefish, Montana. Really not much cheaper. And support Elon? I'd have to make sure I don't criticize Elon over it because he could cut me off at any minute. That sounds just terrible. I mean, I just don't trust it. He's just such a man-child. I just don't trust it. If anybody else was operating Starlink or something other than Starlink that worked, I'd be all for it, 1,000%. Right? T-Mobile. Maybe T-Mobile can solve that problem with cell towers and shit. Come on, T-Mobile. You got this. But no, I don't trust Elon at all, whatsoever. As long as he's in control of Starlink, I won't touch it. I don't trust that fucker. He is so petty. All right. I canceled my my Twitter already, but shit, man. If I had a bigger following, he would have canceled my Twitter for me. You know, like shit. I think that'd be better because I canceled it, but they still give me the blue star until my subscription actually runs out. So if I want to keep ditching the blue star or whatever they call it, right? Like, yeah, the blue check, that's it. I'd have to keep changing my name every X amount of days, which actually could be kind of a fun bot to make. That could be kind of a fun bot to make. Ooh. Ooh, that's not a bad idea. Do you have a Twitter blue check, but you canceled your service and you're just waiting to get rid of that shit? Well, hey, you can change up your name every couple days and you'll lose the blue check every single time you do it. We'll add a random emoji, right? Or select a random emoji from your list of emojis. We could simply do the butterfly and add a random amount of butterflies other than the amount of butterflies you have anytime you want. That's not a bad thing to build. Ooh, maybe we could dog food Waltr for that one. Now, like, there's nothing usage based about that one. That's just a pure, just like subscription thing. Pay $1 a month. Honestly, we'd just make it an open source thing that you'd download and run. I'm sure there's some like Twitter API key you could use. So maybe we could automate that. But it'd be something we could automate for free or very cheap. Like maybe $1 a month. And it wouldn't be a business to like bank on. But no, that actually sounds kind of good. All right, so after the Waltr MVP, maybe we hack that one out. If we can't get it done within a week, we just pivot to something else anyway. We could make it an open business, so then any costs we incur, we donate to something like the ACLU or something. Right? So, yeah, we charge people $5 a month while they're using it. They give us an API key. We run it every other day or something. I forget how long it takes. Maybe every day. Maybe we just detect when their check comes back. And then any excess we just donate to something like the ACLU. All right, that's going in the Trello board. I think we could do it. I think we could make that work for the cost. We'd have to like crunch the numbers, but yeah, I think that could be the move. Oh, interesting. When did they add the mark complete button? Ooh. All right, so back to it. Like the thing we're working on, for some reason, the quotas and the things that we're establishing are not working as intended. So debug why the balance events from that script are not showing up in the dashboard. I think that is our first step tomorrow, because we need data that we can show. And yeah, none of this stuff is actually... What if we go backwards? Hold on. Data from 2024? There's no way in hell we have data actually that old. We have definitely refreshed the database. Maybe not, though. Okay, so hold on. We see 10, 20, 21, 24. Let's just try it one more time and see. Capture that, discard that. Hold on. Gone. And then, yeah, from here, we'll do a refresh and see what happens. We see 10 of 498. So bare minimum, if like the dates here don't update, does that number change? I think our log statements aren't going to actually tell us everything we care about. So we can't rely on that. Man, we did an interview with someone earlier this week. I was rooting for him for the role. I hope we actually hire him. Hired them. But I don't want to make it biased too much. What I am thinking is, man, this shader is getting like choppier and choppier though. So there's definitely some kind of like leak or something with the shader there. So that's kind of a bummer. All right, so that command just finished. What the fuck? Okay, so debugging this is going to be way heavier. Let's give it a quick look. What do we think could possibly be wrong here? Ah, shit. Okay, so number one, yeah. No, that's the businesses table create. Wrong endpoint. This one. So date.now minus the rounded version of random times now and last week. Ah, shit. Hold on. Wait, what the fuck is that diff? Ah, shit. I think we just found the bug. Well, not quite. We'll do one more. Just because I think there's something I missed here. And it could be related to, right, the way we were doing the diff. I don't think that's it. I just don't think that's it. All right, so we'll see. We'll let it run, and then this is, after it's done, it'll be a good moment to pick back up tomorrow. We'll probably have some kind of like insight after like the background brain stews on it a bit. Oh, that seemed way too quick. Were there errors or something? Still at 498. Still the exact same values as what we had. Yeah, so this also should have had transactions created for it because we're iterating over. Wait, hold on. All right, balances accounts. Right, balance transactions table. Yeah, I think this is just a thing we debug tomorrow. It's probably something really simple. But I need to like log just so much as we do this. And yeah, I gotta get food in my belly, you know. And we've had enough of the whiskey that yeah, it's probably a good time. Now's a good time to call it. We got a lot done earlier. We don't need to keep pushing. If I hadn't gotten all those other like low-hanging fruit like tasks knocked out, I'd probably try and push through this. Because I think I have an idea or two about how to debug this. But for now, I think we're fine. I'll leave myself like a leaving off. And yeah, I'll be over on Gaming Stream. I'll play more Kingdom Come Deliverance, the first one, because I actually want to beat it because I got to a point where the second one was already kind of like revealing stuff from the story that I would like to uncover on my own. So yeah, I want to beat Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 before I like fully dive into Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. And maybe even I just, you know, start a brand new game in number 2 after I finish 1, just so that like the story is there for everyone that wants to join and watch. We'll see. But yeah, let's go raid somebody. Who's even streaming right now? And man, yeah, it seems like really quiet on Twitch today. Like a bunch of streamers that are at like way lower numbers than they normally are. Oh, we can go raid Keegan. No, that sounds great. Let's go do that. Yeah, so like our low numbers, kind of in line with the fact that other streamers are having lower numbers too. It would make me feel a little bummed, but whatever. Fuck it. All right, so we're going to go raid Keegan. I'm going to go cook some chow mein. on Gaming Stream, and then I'm gonna play some Kingdom Come Deliverance, and yeah, we'll call it good. This is a good spot to leave it. But yeah, people on YouTube, thank you for chilling. Have a great rest of your night. I'll see you tomorrow.